Good morning, everyone. It's a bittersweet day in the city of Vancouver, let me tell you. We have the Italian community in here, which is awesome, and unfortunately, I have to wear an Edmonton Oiler jersey, which is not the greatest, but okay. Bear with me for a sec. Okay, good morning and welcome to the Vancouver City Council meeting of Tuesday, May the 28th, 2024. This council meeting is being convened in person and by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw. City of Vancouver electronic meetings. As such, council members and the public may participate in person or by electronic means. Is there anyone online today? Sorry? Okay, awesome. If a council member attending by electronic means loses connection during the voting process, team members are available to get you back online quickly while the voting process is suspended. The team members' contact information has been circulated to you. Video of council members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. Right. Council members are reminded that in accordance with section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw, members must enable their video to confirm quorum. In case of an emergency where we need to evacuate the building, there are a couple exits behind the glass doors here. So you just walk out the glass doors and hang a left at the pillar and walk down the stairs. If those doors are obstructed for any reasons, there are 4 exits here. Calmly walk to them and you'll get further instructions. Whatever you do, don't take the elevator, especially you, Randy. I see you there. It would be a bad idea. If you require accessibility assistance, please remain at your location and wait for security team members to guide you to a safe location. I'd also like to point your direction to the defibrillator at the end of the hall here. I might have to use it after I, basically applaud Edmonton for beating the Canucks. So if you see me fall down, please run as fast as you can and get that sucker. I'd also like to acknowledge that we're hosting today's council meeting on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, the Squamish, and the Tsleil-Waututh First Nations. And I do want to thank them for their generosity and their hospitality and the love and the care they show this land that we get to live, work, and play on. And I do think it's incumbent upon all of us to unlearn what we've learned in the past and learn the true history as to what's happened on these lands. And if we do that, we're going to build an incredibly bright future full of love, prosperity, and hope for all of us, and not just our generation, our time here, but going out 7+ generations. I also want to recognize the immense contributions of our team members at the City of Vancouver. We've had the honor of working with them in a lot of our cases, 1.5 years, in a lot of other cases, 5.5 years or over a decade. And I can tell you, our people are absolutely amazing. They work incredibly hard. They really care about what they do, and they care about the city that we live in. And we are incredibly lucky to have our people choose to be at the City of Vancouver. We have some broken systems. We're here to fix them, but our people, they are not one of them. They are absolutely incredible. And on that note, we have, hey, Sarah. Sorry. Councillor Kirby Young. We've launched what we call the You Rock Awards. They're really basically a way of acknowledging our team members that live our core values. And so we're going to start to read some of their stories. For anyone who doesn't know, we've made available a bunch of seasons tickets to the BC Lions and the Vancouver Whitecaps, who are 2 local teams, and we love supporting local. In addition to that, our team members, they get nominated by other team members. We highlight what they've done well, and then we make a selection based on the comments we get as to who's going to get some tickets. And so we're going to read our first story, and this is Naomi's story. And basically, she really lives the core values of admire people and passionate about making a difference. And I'm going to try to read this out without people being able to figure out specifically who she is or who Naomi is. So Fire Inspector Naomi, that probably, anyone in the Vancouver Fire and Rescue Service probably figured that out. But Naomi began Naomi's career with Vancouver Fire and Rescue Service, working as a time clerk, ensuring that the fire department got paid for the work they did. Naomi took several fire-related courses and applied for an inspector position in fire prevention. Although her first attempt was unsuccessful, shows grit. She didn't get Naomi didn't get discouraged, nor did Naomi give up. Naomi pursued the goal and continued to take courses. And at the next opportunity, Naomi was successful. She was the successful applicant starting a new career as a fire inspector. Naomi is a hardworking, dedicated team member. Naomi has learned the various roles and responsibilities within the fire prevention division. Naomi has completed all the necessary courses to act as a captain and fills various officer roles when needed. There's a lot about Naomi, by the way. Naomi is currently a member of the Urban Compliance Team. This team inspects all the SROs for life safety concerns and hoarding issues. The city's most vulnerable residents depend on this team to ensure their residence is safe and habitable. The team also responds to tent encampments and reviews potential shelters. Naomi has taken the responsibility of ensuring that there are refreshments and snacks available to other team members, some for a small fee, so she's actually generating some revenue. Kidding. I'm sure it's on a cost recovery basis. This venture has led to, I stand corrected. This venture has led to a surplus of funds, which are used for team building opportunities. And Naomi regularly organizes events. This month, Naomi has scheduled a team lunch fundraiser where proceeds will benefit the Canadian Cancer Society, which is super cool. I can go on and on. So, last point I'll leave you with, when Naomi was made aware that she was to be honored and Naomi was gonna get a few tickets, Naomi donated her tickets to a child and parent at Ronald McDonald House, which is extra cool. So Naomi, incredibly well done. Thank you for being awesome, and you rock. There you go. Okay, sorry. This is going to be a long council meeting. I really apologize. The next thing I want to do, actually, you know what? Why don't we do this? Why don't we do roll call first?
Mayor Simon, the chair. Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirbion. Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bly. Councillor Boyle. Councillor Fry. Councillor Montague.
Present.
Councillor Klassen.
Present.
Councillor Meisner.
Present.
And Councillor Jo.
Present.
You have quorum, Mayor Sim.
Great, thank you very much. Okay. Edmonton Oilers. Warren, you listening here? You're doing it. You might as well even come up here. But it's funny. I met Warren. This actually is about Edmonton, but I did meet Warren, part of Heads Up QP 15, and we're supposed to start off on a positive note. And I think one of the first things I said to him was the Oilers suck, because and that's where our relationship started. Anyways, love you, man. So as everyone knows, we had a little bet with the mayor of Edmonton, Mayor Sohi. And I'm glad he didn't take us up on the offer of tattoos and chest paint, because that would have been incredibly embarrassing, and that gift would have lived forever. We lost the bet. The Edmonton Oilers, they cheated, but that's okay. I'm kidding. They actually beat our Canucks fair and square. And as an aside, our Canucks, we're really proud of them. They did our city so proud, and we love you. Anyways, a bet's a bet. We lost the bet, and so we're standing here today with an Edmonton Oilers jersey on, and the flag, that massive Edmonton Oilers flag that you may have noticed if you're wearing glasses or using binoculars, is flying above City Hall. And I guess Edmonton's Canada's team now, and I don't know about you guys, but totally support Canada's team, and we wish them all the best, and hopefully you bring the cup back home to Canada. I do want to note a couple of things. a lot of this was fun and games, but there was a charitable aspect to it. And so the mayor, Mayor Sohi, and myself, we highlighted two incredible charities. The one in Edmonton, we made a donation to the Ben Stelter Foundation, and it's actually really cool. They actually help families who have kids that are going through cancer. And so, for anyone that does want to support that incredibly worthy cause, you can visit benstelterfoundation.com. Once again, it's benstelterfoundation.com. And, no donation is too small. In fact, there is a DJ down in Dallas that chirped a little bit and didn't realize what he was chirping about. And so made an apology. And now there are a bunch of people in Dallas that are donating to that foundation. So that's actually really cool. And the local charity that we're supporting in Vancouver is called Yo Bro Yo Girl, or you can visit ybyg.ca. And what they do is they actually help at risk youth, kids that are, at risk of being involved in, substance use disorder, violence, gangs. This group, we met them a few years ago, and they're doing a lot of work to, help kids before things go incredibly sideways. And so, if you want to support that cause, it's a local charity here, or sorry, local movement, and it's the website's ybyg.ca. So once again, ybyg.ca. And so once again, Canucks, you totally rock. We love you, and go Oilers, go and bring home the cup back to Canada. Yeah, Warren, I'm sorry, man. We're gonna, you know what? When the Oilers come back to Vancouver, we'll go see a game. How's that? Awesome. Okay, like I said, this is going to be a long meeting today. So, out of respect to the Italian community, would you like me to do the proclamation with the jersey on or off? Off. Thank you. All right. So but out of respect, because we still honor our bet, I will put the jersey somewhere here, and I'll actually put it back on after we do the proclamation. So, all right. Italian Heritage Month. Welcome, everyone. Now, my council colleagues and I welcome you to the chamber this morning for the reading of the official proclamation for Italian Heritage Month. First, I would like to acknowledge our special guest joining us. So, Consul General Paolo Miraglia del Guidici. Sorry, my Italian is a little rough right now, but we love you. The Italian Consulate, Vancouver, and members of the Italian community. So, in the spring of 2018, a motion was passed by the mayor and council to include Italian Heritage Month as on its official celebrations and observances calendar. Italian Heritage Month is an opportunity to honor the history, culture, and the contributions of the Italian Canadians to the city of Vancouver through a month-long series of events that showcases food, performances, exhibitions, language and cultural initiatives, community festivals, and other events. Since 2010, Italian Days Revival on Commercial Drive, home of Vancouver's historic Little Italy, has been shaping a new chapter of Italian Canadian history, which has inspired this year's 2024 theme, Storia, meaning history of or story in Italian. Today, we acknowledge Vancouver's vibrant Italian community who continue to celebrate and generously share their cultural heritage, putting Vancouver on the world map as a destination to celebrate Italian Day. And so I'd like to now thank the community leaders and members of the organizing committee and invite you to come forward and stand together with me while we read the proclamation. So, Consul General, if you can please come up. We also have representing Il Centro Italian Cultural Center, Michael Ciccioni. Ciccioni? Ciccioni, I'm sorry. My Italian's almost as good as my Mandarin. Randy Rinaldo. Is it Randy, is it? I'm kidding. I know, we know Randy. Okay, representing the Commercial Drive Business Society, and Nick Pogor and Carmen Donafrio. And representing the Italian Day Festival Society, Federico Fiocco, Melissa De Genova, Arena DeMarco, and Brunella Guardio. Guardio. Please come on up to the podium. And if our council teammates can join us as well.
We need the podium?
Oh, okay.
Do you want to take?
No, I think we're okay.
Yeah.
Streaming this. Buongiorno. All right. Yeah. Ciao, Bella. I'm out of here. All right. I do know some Italian, actually. But... Can you sing it?
I'm not going to.
No? All right. Yeah. So what we're going to do is we're going to read a proclamation, and our teammates are going to read it. And so we missed a couple. If we can get Christine and Pete to start, because we missed you on the last one. Oh.
If we want a singer, Federico sings. So. Buongiorno. Good to see you. All right. So, Office of the Mayor, City of Vancouver Proclamation, Italian Heritage Month. Whereas Vancouver is a city of many ethnicities, cross-cultural understanding, inclusiveness, and respect for one's community, and where Vancouver's Italian community passionately celebrates its culture, values, and heritage, and shares these with other communities in order to weave a vibrant Italian thread through Vancouver's multicultural tapestry.
And whereas June is Italian Heritage Month and is an opportunity to honor the history, culture, and contributions of Italian Canadians to the city of Vancouver, supported by a series of culturally rich events in the realms of food, music, film, language, and other initiatives presented by Il Centro Italian Cultural Center. Lisa, yes, thank you.
And whereas Italian Day on the Drive, presented by the Italian Day Festival Society, is the largest event during Italian Heritage Month, delivered as an embracing and vibrant 14-block street festival. This year's theme, Storia, accentuates the history that creates memories and an emotional connection transcending generations via storytelling, a connection from the past to the present.
Sorry.
And whereas the Italian community remains resilient in its contributions and recognition of its culture, values, and heritage, as it contributes to the city of Vancouver during Italian Heritage Month on behalf of Il Centro Italian Cultural Center, the Italian Day Festival Society, the Commercial Drive Business Society, and other esteemed partners.
Now, therefore, I, Ken Sim, the Mayor of the City of Vancouver, on behalf of all of my teammates on council and everyone at the City of Vancouver, do hereby proclaim the month of June 2024 as Italian Heritage Month in the City of Vancouver. Would anybody like to say a few words?
I'm fine. I know I'm person. Yes, it's on. Good. Good morning. Buongiorno tutti. I'd like to, first of all, as president of the Italian Cultural Center, thank Mayor Ken Sim and the council members. Thank you so much for this proclamation. And I'd like to welcome the new Consul General of Italy to Vancouver, Paolo Miralla de Giudici. Grazie, and this is your first event here in Vancouver, so what an honor it is. And we welcome you. Much success to you and everything. This proclamation talks about the passion that we all have: the Italian Cultural Center, the Italian Day Business Society, and also the BIA. It's about getting together to show the unity of our passion that we have to share our cultures and traditions with the community at large. It's about, let's embrace everything, because we are one, we're all human beings, and let's embrace that. And at the Italian Culture Center, I know, and everything that we do at the Italian Day Festival Society and on the BIA, it's welcoming everyone, so with open arms. So thank you again very much for this proclamation. It is appreciated, and a good day to all. Grazie.
Giving Brunella full credit for the speech. Good morning, Mayor Sim and council and city staff and distinguished guests. I'm honored to speak to you on behalf of the Italian Day Festival Society about the importance of Italian Heritage Month and the much anticipated annual celebration of Italian Day on the Drive. This event stands out as one of the largest free events in Vancouver, promoting a unique opportunity to share and celebrate Italian culture with the entire community. This year's theme is Storia. It means history and story in Italian. Storia puts a spotlight on the connection between the past and the present, told through stories, which extends to our heritage conversation, traditions, and values. It transcends generations, evokes memories, emotions, and creates connections. Italian Day on the Drive is more than just a festival. It's a vibrant expression of our rich cultural heritage. It's a time where commercial drive comes alive with sights, sounds, and flavors of Italy, transforming into a lively street festival that welcomes food and family-friendly activities that highlights the very best of what Italian culture has to offer. And us Italians, we're kind of go big or go home kind of people. So I just want to thank you all for recognizing Italian Heritage Month and Italian Day on the Drive. Personally, it's a full circle experience for me. From sitting here in this chamber, where I brought a motion to have Italian Heritage Month recognized back in 2018. I think Councillor Carr was the only one who was there maybe at the time. After Randy and Brunella approached me and noted that this celebration wasn't on the city's list, to now having the privilege of working with the committee as a director and everyone here who makes celebrations, events, and commemoration of Italian Heritage Month and Italian Day on the Drive possible. Before I conclude, I would like to welcome our new Consul General, Paolo Miraglia del Giudici, of the Italian Consul in Vancouver, Michael Cuccione, the President of Il Centro, Randy Rinaldo, the Vice President of Il Centro, Federico Fucco, President of Italian Day Festival Society, Carmen D'Onofrio, President of the Commercial Drive Business Society, Irina DeMarco, who can't be here with us, but is our Secretary of the Italian Day Festival Society, Brunella Gadio, our Executive Director of the Italian Day Festival Society, Nick Poger, the Executive Director of the Commercial Drive Business Society. And I also want to note, unfortunately, one of the people who's very special to us and designed actually the crosswalks and did many of the graphics, the things that you see, Dragon Niko Dijevic, unfortunately is very, very ill and cannot be here with us. He's dealing with a serious illness. So I just want to note him too. Your dedication and hard work are what makes this event possible and successful year after year. We look forward to a month of sharing our history and culture and celebrating Italian Heritage Month with all of Vancouver. We are excited to welcome you to the many events planned over the month of June, including Italian Day on the Drive, which will take place on June 9th. Together, let's celebrate the stories that connect us, the traditions that define us, and the heritage that unites us. Thank you.
Are you going to sing now? Hey, come on. No. Awesome. Well, thank you very much. And like we mentioned earlier, the Italian community has literally built this city, this province, and this country. And so we're looking forward to another, 600, 800 years? Or more.
So, good morning. I think that there couldn't have been a better occasion for me to begin my mandate here in Vancouver. I just arrived last Saturday. This is my first official event. There couldn't have been more meaningful occasion. So I would like to extend my congratulations to all of you, to the City of Vancouver, to the Mayor. I would like to congratulate and thank you very much for inviting me to this event, for all of you, representative of the Italian community, the Italian Centro, the Italian Business Society, and all of you. So thank you very much. I hope to see you all to the Italian National Day celebration that will be at the Italian Center on the 3rd of June. So Mary, you are cordially invited. So thank you very much. Yeah.
Grazie. By the way, we do this for the Italian community every Tuesday at 9:30. So please. Yeah, let's get a picture. All right, it's a lot more quiet there. Warren's gone. Actually, he can hear us. Hey, see you, Warren. Okay, plan for the day. Any comments on agenda items can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form will be posted on X at Van City Clerk. I also want to note the City of Vancouver's longstanding commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including the utmost respect for all genders. I remind council that when addressing speakers and the city's team members, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and instead will refer to the person by first and last name, role, or title. And I'll call myself out on it when I was going through Naomi's bio there and stuff. I was trying to not use the gendered honorific. So we're not perfect. Please try as best you can. Today we have 3 administrative items: in-camera motion, adoption of minutes and matters adopted on consent, 1 presentation, 5 reports and 2 referral reports, 17 bylaws, 1 administrative motion, notice of council member motions, new business and inquiries and other matters. So the plan for today is we're going to break at noon for lunch, followed by the in-camera meeting, return at 3 p.m. to continue to deal with the remainder of the agenda. If needed, recess at 5 p.m. for a dinner break and reconvene at 6 p.m. to complete the agenda. In camera, council is required to meet in camera later this week. The reasons and authority under the Vancouver Charter are listed in the agenda. Would someone like to move a motion to go into camera? Thank you, Councillor Klassen, maybe seconded by Councillor Meisner. Thank you very much. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Minutes. Minutes 1 are from the council meeting on May the 7th, 2024. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Would someone like to move adoption? Councillor Joe, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Meisner. Thank you. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. The motion carries unanimously. Minutes 2 are from the public hearing on May the 7th, 2024. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Nope. Would someone like to move? Councillor Klassen, seconded by Councillor Joe. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great. The motion carries unanimously. Minutes 3 are from the council meeting following the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities on May the 8th, 2024. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Someone like to move? Councillor Bly, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Joe. Thank you. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Got a little bit of Knight Rider there. Okay. Sorry, I'm going to repeat that. All those in favor say yay. Okay. All those opposed say nay. Great. The motion carries unanimously. Minutes 4 are from Special Council, Provincial Housing Targets Order, 6-month interim report, meeting on May the 14th, 2024. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Great. Councillor Meisner, seconded by Councillor Bly. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Okay, matters adopted on consent. Council will now consider matters adopted on consent. We have reports 1 through 5 and referral reports 1 and 2 on the consent agenda for council's consideration. Get this list here. Council may adopt the recommendations for reports 1 through 5 and refer reports 1 and 2 on consent. Does any member wish to hold any of the items for debate or questions to team members? Well, we got a lot. Okay, Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'd like to hold Report 1, Arbutus Greenway, and referral reports 1 and 2, amendment to restricted zones and amendments to First Shaughnessy District.
Sorry, if I heard you correctly, that was report number 1 and the referral reports 1 and 2. Was that correct?
Yep, that's correct. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Councillor Meisner.
Actually, my report was just held, so I'll drop off the list.
All right. And that's it. Okay. Okay, does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on the remaining consent items? No? Okay. I feel a little slower wearing this jersey. I don't know what it is. Are we still being recorded? All right. All right. We have reports. We have reports. I can't help myself. I'm sorry. We have reports 2, 3, 4, and 5 for consent approval. Would someone like to move adoption? Thank you very much, Councillor Carr, seconded by Councillor Dominato. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great. The motion carries unanimously. Okay, so the following have been approved on consent. Report number 2, new agreements for the following childcare centers: Three Corners Childcare Center, International Village Children's Center, and Learning Tree Daycare, and lease amendment for the following neighborhood house: Frog Hollow Neighborhood House. Report number 3, grant to Amicay Co-op for below market lease at 1047 Barclay Street. Report number 4, 515 and 521 Hawks Avenue, notice on title. And report number 5, business license hearing panels, September to December 2024. Alrighty. Presentations. We do have one presentation for today, and that would be the 2023 YVR annual update. And so we have Tamara Vrooman, President and CEO, along with Corey Sue, Board Director, here to present.
Gotta get my notes oriented. All right, there we go. Seems appropriate with today's weather that the topic of presentation is going to be about travel. So with that, I'm just going to kick it off. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having us today. My name is Corey Sue. It's been my pleasure to serve on Vancouver's nominee to YVR's Board of Directors this year. During this time, I've seen some tremendous positive impacts that YVR has across the region. Our businesses and residents benefit greatly from YVR sustainable operations and global connectivity. In 2023, under Tamara's leadership, YVR has created new economic opportunities by doubling down on innovation and making trade enabling investments that will increase access to global markets. I'm grateful to serve on YVR's Board of Directors during this exciting time for our region. And with that, I'm pleased to turn the presentation over to YVR's President and CEO, Tamara Vrooman.
Thanks very much, Corey, and good morning. It's always a privilege to present to you annually and to hear council members' questions and comments about what we're doing well at YVR and what we can do better to serve the region. And what a great way to start and introduce us. Of course, we provide an important gateway connecting the Italian community to our region, and their food is always the most requested at the airport. So a great connection to the Italian community. And I'd like to thank Corey for serving as your nominee. He brings a wealth of expertise and community connection, hardworking, dedicated, full-on board member. Thank you to Corey Sue for serving on behalf of the City of Vancouver. Also, would like to thank Mayor and Council, as well as staff, Paul, Karen, Tanya, and the team. We do a lot of work behind the scenes on the many issues that intersect both on the economic development and the planning and the engagement. Of course, the upcoming FIFA little event that we collectively are planning for are all part of the work that we do together. So Paul, on behalf of the staff here at YVR, really want to thank you and your team for your collaboration and leadership. It's always appreciated. Today, I'm going to take you through the highlights from 2023. It was a fantastic year. I'll keep it short so we can entertain as many questions as possible. So in 2023, YVR welcomed the third highest number of passengers, as you can see, in our history, and significantly invested in air cargo. What that means is we welcomed almost 25 million passengers. We connected our community to more new destinations, new routes, including Dubai, Washington, D.C., and Nashville, just to name a few. We increased service from destinations everywhere from Tokyo to Nanaimo to Toronto and beyond. So we continue to grow our hub and the connectivity that serves our community and the economy that supports it. In April, we launched Air Canada's new direct service to Singapore, a great opportunity to promote BC trade and exports. That is a route that we have been working on establishing on a more frequent basis for many, many years, and we're thrilled to have Air Canada providing daily service on that route. Concerning cargo, we continue to see incremental growth at YVR, largely at the expense of other airports up and down the West Coast. And so our cargo business is an increasingly important part of the work we do at YVR. Everything from fresh produce, our very high-valued sustainable seafood, plus electronic goods, life science ingredients, things that go into PPE, and our growth in the biotech sector. All of those goods travel best and most efficiently by air. So our cargo increases and is a significant part of the work that we do at YVR. At the heart of our success, though, just as I heard the mayor say at the opening here, of course, is our people. And 2023 was a year of unprecedented people growth for YVR. We effectively doubled our labor force to improve resiliency and better serve our passengers right across our operation. And we continue to be a certified living wage employer at the airport. Importantly, our commitment to living wage extends to companies that provide direct contractual service. That's the many people that do all of those unsung but important jobs of cleaning bathrooms and making sure that our facility is fit for purpose. We're also pleased to be an important part of the local community. About 26%, as you can see here, of the 26,000 employees that work on Sea Island live in Vancouver. So Vancouver is an important community home for many of those that work at YVR. And we work with almost 230 Metro Vancouver-based businesses directly. In 2023, this amounted to about $30 million in additional local spending. So we're an important economic driver, of course, for the region. As an example, GeoSim Cities, a Vancouver-based 3D modeling firm, helped develop our now world-famous YVR digital twin, the technology that we've been using these past few years to improve our planning, our operations, and how we can use our infrastructure more smartly. I'm proud to say that YVR is well on its way to becoming the world's greenest airport and achieving net zero in 2030 for our direct operations. As we move forward, we're working with our partners in government and airports to plan for the future. On March 21st, we announced a 3-year partnership agreement, first of its kind in the history of YVR, with the government of British Columbia. Over the coming years, we'll work together to accelerate sustainable aviation fuel development locally. We'll cooperate and co-develop an action plan for all BC airports to become net zero by 2030. That'll be the first of a jurisdiction in the world. And we'll advance the work to transform YVR into a fully accessible multimodal hub for movement of people and goods across the region. That might look like the first air-to-marine cargo facility on the Fraser River, allowing us to avoid road congestion throughout the region. It might look like multimodal interconnectivity to the island and to other points around our region, again, to promote greater access, more affordability, and more sustainable travel. And we're also accelerating in innovation. We continue to do our work on the digital twin, and we're using information in new ways, enabling data-driven decision-making. That's significant in the way that we've been investing and planning in our operations, combined with the new equipment, the new process, and some of the new hiring that we did. That meant that the 4 days in December that were not our finest days, when we had significant disruption at the airport, when we had a snow event the following January that was more significant than in December. We saw over 550 aircraft moving through YVR through when the rest of the region was shut down, more aircraft than the airport in Montreal on that same snowy day. We continue to expand the capabilities of the digital twin, and we're looking at sharing that with other airports and marine ports, actually, across our region. 2023 focused on delivering more predictable services to passengers in the community, and I just talked a bit about that. As a result of our efforts, as I hope you have seen, we were once again named the best airport in North America by Skytrax. That's an award that's voted on by over 13 million passengers. And so it's an important recognition of the work that our team have been doing to serve those in our region better. We also, thank you, we also ended the year with a 91% customer satisfaction rate, a 2.1% increase. And while 2.1% doesn't maybe sound like a lot, when you're in the 90s, that's a significant improvement. And we work very, very hard to ensure that we are an airport worthy of our region and the people who live here. But we're not stopping there. We'll advance critical work to provide more accessible and inclusive travel, an issue that has been at the forefront in recent months across our industry. In 2023, we launched Beyond Accessibility, a new 3-year accessibility plan, and rolled out our new Curbside Greeters program. Maybe you've seen that. It's a service that is popular and familiar at hotels when someone will come out and greet you on the curb, but it's new for airports. And so I'm pleased to report that as a result of doing that, our staff have been proactively able to identify those who may need a little bit more help getting into the terminal. We've been able to facilitate respectful and inclusive travel for people who may have mobility challenges, maybe are elderly, or maybe just have a whole lot of luggage. So we've been able to move those folks through the terminal, thus improving their experience, but also, frankly, improving the experience and the efficiency of the entire airport. And that's what we found with the investments in accessibility. They not only create inclusive and sustainable travel for those who need it, they make travel better for everyone. And last year, in partnership with the Pacific Autism Family Network, we proudly opened the Paper Planes Cafe, first of its kind, all-inclusive, accessible restaurant at a Canadian airport with 100% of the employees there, adults on the autism spectrum. They get 6 months of dedicated training, which allows them then to apply with confidence for work in other parts of the airport or in community. We all know how important that first job is, and this is a population that often has challenges getting that first job, and we're very, very pleased to see the first class of graduates going through the restaurant and getting employment elsewhere in the airport and in our community. And of course, we're privileged to be located on Sea Island, which is the traditional unceded territory of Musqueam. And we work to continue to strengthen our very special relationship with the Musqueam community. I'm pleased to say that today 60 Musqueam members are employed at the airport and across the island, and we have a significant number of Musqueam-owned businesses and joint ventures working at YVR. In 2023, we opened a new gathering place in the domestic arrivals area About 10 million people a year walk through that area, so it's a very high traffic area. So people arriving at the airport can experience Musqueam culture. I encourage you to visit the area the next time you're in the airport. As you can see behind Chief Sparrow there on the slide is a beautiful, traditionally carved cedar canoe, the first canoe that was carved in the traditional way in Musqueam community in over 75 years. That's a short snapshot of the year that was and some of our key priorities in the years ahead. Before I take your questions, I want to extend a sincere thank you to the entire City of Vancouver team. I've heard nothing but great things about the work that we're doing on FIFA planning. I had the opportunity of speaking to a colleague, the CEO of the Sydney Airport in Australia. That airport has hosted both the Olympics and the World Cup. And of course, the Olympics that they hosted were the Summer Olympics, so a little bit busier than the Winter Olympics. And he said to me, hands down, FIFA is busier than hosting the Olympics from an airport and a community point of view. He described it as Super Bowl Sunday each and every day. So we're excited to be welcoming that opportunity to our region and to our airport, but we're working very hard to ensure that we're prepared to offer that seamless experience that those in our community and in fact around the world have come to expect from YVR. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. And yes, you do have a lot of questions. So, Councillor Carr.
Great. Thank you so much. And may I just say, you are indeed the best airport in North America. And congrats on that award. So I just and by the way, I just love the way, and I think everybody does, the way you've incorporated local First Nations and First Nations art into the airport. It's stunning.
Thank you.
The fish are great too.
Yeah.
Could you, I'm very interested in your net zero goal, net zero GHG goal by 2030. Tell me what your challenges are. Like, what can you actually reduce at the airport in your operations, and what do you need to buy offsets for?
Right. So in order to be as net zero, we won't be buying offsets. We'll be a truly net zero for our own operations. So YVR is the largest building in the province of British Columbia. And when you think about that, that probably makes sense given the scope and size of the terminal. And so there's a tremendous opportunity that we have to improve the way that we use and dispense energy and heating and cooling across our airport. The lighting systems and electrification. Do all the lights in the airport have to be on at all the time, every 24/7? No. We also have used technology to introduce sensors that allow us to improve the way that we can manage temperature in the airport. And we have, and we will be bringing on stream a significant geo-exchange system, which has over 85 wells dug in and around the airport in order to improve the sustainable use of energy. So those are the major ways that we have been investing in net zero in our core operations. We have last year in 2023, for the first time, we actually sold offsets. So there weren't very many, small amount, but it's going in the right direction in terms of our ability to be a net contributor to our industry. But we're not stopping there. Clearly, all of the ground operations, the Scope 2 and the Scope 3, and of course, aircraft are what we're focusing on. And so we're looking at sustainable aviation fuel. We made an announcement last week that we are one of only a handful of airports selected by Airbus in North America to pilot the use and distribution of hydrogen as a fuel source on airports. And we continue to look for ways through battery storage, through mobile EV charging, through biofuels, to improve our fleet operations and the groundside equipment. So there's virtually no part of our business that isn't touched by our commitment to sustainability. And we continue to look for ways to not only ensure that we meet that goal by 2030, but that we're helping our partners to do the same.
Great. So just recently in the news, there was a very disturbing article about a very large piece of the Antarctic glaciers that are
Yes.
calving off. Sea level rise is becoming more top of mind. What are your plans around coping with increasing sea level?
Yeah, well, we are located, as you probably know, on a major river delta and on the floodplain, and large parts of the airport are actually below sea level. So we have, during the pandemic, when we weren't that busy, we kept our folks very busy by inspecting all of the dikes and the ditches that we had around Sea Island, by installing state-of-the-art modern sensor and pumping equipment. If you've driven to the south terminal or to the floatplane terminal recently, you will have recalled some construction that was along the roadway there that was all about a significant pump and draining station. So we're not in any way complacent with respect to flood. When we did have the atmospheric river in November of 2021, that cut off, as we know, our region from the rest of the province. Thanks to that work, YVR was the only piece of transportation infrastructure that was operating for the 11 days when the rest of the province was without road and rail access. So we continue to monitor it vigilantly. We're working in partnership with Musqueam around ways that we can sustainably build up the dikes and the foreshore to allow the growth of seagrass and the returning of salmon, so important not only to the Musqueam but to our region.
Yeah, great. I think I'm out of time, but maybe someone, anyway, I am also concerned about the workers. You've talked about this before, and transit, early transit. Are you still working on that issue to get them on track?
Yeah, transit continues, as it does throughout our region, to be an issue that we're working on with TransLink, as well as with
And,
piloting other initiatives around rideshare.
I'm sorry,
Thank you.
we're out of time. Thanks.
Thanks.
Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and good morning. Thank you for the update. I always appreciate the updates from YVR. I guess the question that I have is we have very different governance structures, and our success is integrally tied together, and yet we kind of work in parallel streams. And so I'm wondering if you can comment on what do you think the biggest challenges are that impact the city and YVR that we should really be looking forward to and turning our collective attention towards?
Yeah. Running an airport is similar to running a city in the sense of all of the different things you have to think about that go into a healthy, sustainable, and economically resilient city. But probably the most important one is the fact that we take the long view. When we're making investments for 30 and 40 and 50 years, similar to the type of infrastructure investments that you make in the city. So probably the most important thing that we can do together is really to share our insights and our plans around what that future looks like, making sure that we have adequate ground access. One of the great things about our airport is it's located in a major urban metropolitan area. One of the challenges about our airport is it's located in a major metropolitan area. So how can we, for example, when we increase our air cargo, do that in a way that doesn't just send a whole pile of trucks into community and school zones as we connect to the rest of the region. Being able to work together on how we plan. And then, of course, housing density and building heights. We are infrastructure in the sky in aviation, and so we need to make sure that we're thinking ahead with respect to the densification of our region and how that may efficiently coexist alongside the plans for expansion of the airport.
Okay, so that we don't have buildings in flight paths and things like
Indeed.
that. Okay. That's good to know. Thank you. Appreciate it. And I really appreciate all the work. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Boyle.
Thank you so much. Thanks, as always, for coming and giving us this update and for the good work you're doing. I am curious to hear, I know you have been a long time very vocal supporter of the living wage, and my understanding is that the airport, as a large employer, has continued to be a living wage employer through increases. I'm wondering if you can speak a bit to what that's meant for your employees.
Yeah. So being a living wage employer is important to us. The people that do, frankly, some of the lowest paid jobs at our airport are essential to the functioning of the airport and the fact that we're able to support them with dignity and compensation in an environment, in an inflationary environment like the one that we see in our region is not only good for our community, frankly, it's good for our business and our operations as well. So it's one of those classic win-wins, we think. And what we have seen, though, is, there's 550 companies that work on Sea Island that comprise that 26,000. And while many, many, many of them already meet the living wage level, some do not and are on a transition path. And so we're working hard to demonstrate the benefits that we see in our business so we can share that data with others. But we have ensured that our own staff, whether you're a dispatcher, whether you're a part-time airside officer, or whether you're under contract for security, janitorial, wildlife monitoring, any of those services, which is several thousand people, that you are also paid a living wage. And even our Paper Planes Cafe, our neurodiverse cafe, they are, of course, also paid a living wage. And so what we find is it improves our retention. It allows people to have a little bit more peace of mind. We don't have people changing jobs even within the airport community as much, which can cause a lot of disruption to an operation the size and complexity. So we think it's one of those things that can seem expensive in the short term, but then the medium and long term gives significant benefits to the operation, to our business, and ultimately our sustainability. So we're big advocates of the living wage. It's been a challenge given the inflationary environment and how quickly that wage has gone up right at the time that businesses are recovering. So we certainly appreciate that it's a journey and not every business has the financial resources that the airport does. But we're encouraging people to explore and move along that path. And we're very, very open to sharing our experience and our learning.
Really appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's all my
Great.
questions.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, and thanks so much for being here. Appreciate the chance to integrate, as Councillor Kirby-Young pointed out, some of the work of YVR into the sort of strategic objectives of the City of Vancouver and how we can intersect there. I have just a question around, two questions. Interested to understand the relationship that YVR has with TransLink as it relates to visitors coming through YVR using the Canada line over accessing rideshare or taxis or car rental or things like that. I don't know if you have any sort of initial comments, but not seeing that in the presentation, it just left me
Sure.
wondering.
Yeah, I can certainly talk about that. So I was just looking at some data, actually, a couple of weeks ago on what is happening with passengers coming to and from the airport, and we've seen a significant increase in rideshare services, so Lyft and Uber, about a 50% increase. Over more than the passenger growth would suggest, significantly more over an 18-month period. And initially, we thought that was coming perhaps at the expense of taxis, but it's not. Taxis have also been holding and been growing as much, but they've been holding their market share. And we continue to see transit fully used. Fully over 20% of the passengers coming use transit. So where that growth is coming from is actually we have fewer drop-off, single-purpose, and even parking vehicles coming to the airport, which is actually good. So people are using more efficient means. We don't have a single car dropping off a single person and not picking up another, as is the case in a private friends and family drop-off versus rideshare or taxi. We continue to look for ways to ensure that markets like the North Shore are connected efficiently via all of the C-Bus and bus routes and SkyTrain that ends up connecting to the airport. That's an area of increased growth, as well as was referenced earlier, more 24/7 service on the Canada line, because a lot of our operations start early in the morning, and even passengers come pretty early for that domestic bank that leaves for eastern parts because of how far we are to the west and time zones. very, very early, 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning. So those are areas where we still think there's more growth. Certainly, we are working also with the province of British Columbia and the Ministry of Transport around a study for the replacement of the Moray Bridge and what that does to improve access to the airport to Highway 99. Not something that directly affects the city of Vancouver, but as you know, all of these things are connected from a regional point of view. And so how does your planning feed into that, and where are there synergies? I know that our staff have been having conversations about how we can leverage that.
Okay, great. That's just that piece alone sounds like a really interesting data set. Yeah, I look forward to more discussion around that and how we can better understand the role that the city plays. My last question is, you talk about curbside greeters and growth in our province and certainly internationally when it comes to new residents coming to BC through YVR and settling in different parts of our province. What have you noticed? What are we? And I sort of flagged the curbside greeters as an interesting role. We know that there are newcomers to Canada who are looking for resources, for housing, for direction, for employment, and all. And so it's unclear right now what that pathway looks like. And just curious, given that YVR is sort of that first point of meeting, potentially a group or family that don't necessarily have family here already or a community to connect into. What role does YVR play at this time, and what do you see for opportunities for better integration?
Yeah, certainly. Thank you for that question. So I'd say there's three broad categories. One, we work very, very closely with immigration officials, but also with immigrant services and settlement societies. So ISSBC, Mosaic, Success. They're all part and have in some degree or another on-site presence that helps that first point of contact and that navigation. We also have an integrated interfaith center that also provides some very important first contact services. Second, we've increased.
We're at time.
Okay. Well, the last thing I'll tell you is our staff speak 32 different languages. And so we've been very well served in terms of supporting people.
Thank you, and I can also pick that up off.
Yeah, sure.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Sorry about that. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Thanks, the amazing staff at Vancouver Airport, and thanks, Tamara, for your leadership. So my question is, I'm a nerd in operations management. Yeah, so really my question is, the airport is very operations intensive. So I know there are a lot of amazing projects in YVR in terms of improving the operations efficiency. So can you elaborate more, like what are the projects and what are the techniques you are using, like whether it is the Lean Six Sigma or complex modeling, so on and so forth, and what we can learn as a city of Vancouver from the
thank you for that, and we love operations nerds, so thank you for that question. So as you know, probably like a city, an operation the size of YVR, 100,000 things can go right in a single day, and usually do, and one can go wrong, and it can disrupt the other 100,000. So it's very little things make a big difference in a large operations, not only for safety and security, which of course is our primary focus, but also for efficiency, customer service, and accessibility. So we've been making investments in technology that allow us to, almost every outlet in the airport is a sensor of a kind, and so how can we use that to create data and allow us to see in real time the movement of our operations. We then share that data across with airlines. In some ways, somebody from a leader from Air Canada was saying the other day, in many ways, YVR has more information about Air Canada's operation in Vancouver than they do because of the way that we aggregate and collect that data. So we share the data. And then we use that data to test and improve. So an area of significant improvement would be our baggage systems. So we now, as a result of applying this process, and yes, we use Six Sigma there as well, we have been able to improve our outbound baggage connection performance to anywhere from 99.7% to 99.8 to 99.9%. I know of no other airport in the country that can make that claim. And that's just the hard work of examining it, sharing data, making adjustments, and making sure that everybody's focused on the same goal. In this case, making sure that bag gets on that plane at the right time.
Perfect, thank you. So I remember a few years ago when I was doing my master program. So UBC Southern School of Business, they did a simulation study for our passenger security system. I think they simulated the whole process and did some scenario analysis to see what is the best way to allocate the resource, and that resulted in like 30% reduction in terms of the passenger wait time. And are we still doing those kind of projects?
Yes, we are, certainly with our partners at CATSA, the federal agency that's responsible for screening. We use these same sensors to allow them to know actually how long are people waiting in line, how long is it taking them to take out the things in their bins and so on. We've also changed some of the process, I hope you've noticed, at the border in terms of the border configuration. Again, seconds add up to significant improvements in terms of flow. All of those make the efficiency of the airport better.
Okay, so my last question is, when we are trying to do those innovative projects, there's always some pushback, whether it is from the frontline staff or from the management team. So that's probably one of the challenge you try to implement some change management projects. So what is your advice to City of Vancouver in terms of what is the best way to implement those change management initiatives?
Yeah, we really find that that change comes for many people. Seeing is believing, right? And we have tremendous experts at our airport and expertise that have developed over many, many decades. And we don't want to lose that. We just want to continue to create the input in the right way. So we create small teams, Councillor. We give the opportunity for those teams to be transparent and show others what they do. They present the results of that, the good, the bad, and the ugly, as we call it, the Clint Eastwood analysis. There's always something we can learn. We at the airport, although we celebrate being the best, we say that we don't settle for being the best. We always want to focus on better. And so in that way, we make learning and doing things better the next time a success factor, not a failure.
Yeah, thank you so much. I really hope that we can take some learning from VVR
I
and do something
appreciate
similar here at City of Vancouver.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fry.
Thank you. And just to also acknowledge and thank you for the work. I took some other local government officials to the Paper Planes Cafe, and they were all so impressed and blown away. And I really appreciate the work on the Sunflower Lanyard program and the announcement, Councillor Joe and I and others that attended. That was really, I think, really important to recognize the work that you're doing and the leadership in recognizing people who have different approaches to, or different abilities in traveling and how you're accommodating them. And really, it made me feel really good about our airport. So
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for your support.
Curious, what is a sustainable aviation fuel?
So sustainable aviation fuel is essentially biofuels that are usually made from either everything from literally French fry grease to feedstock from agricultural waste and others. And just like we blended fuel in combustion engines with ethanol and gasoline, sustainable aviation fuel is a blended aviation fuel, made light enough, of course, to go and mix with kerosene in aircraft. It's blended at the source and put into existing aircraft engines, which is why people are so excited about it. It tends to only a 5% blend can, depending on the aircraft and depending on its flight, can reduce emissions by up to 30%. So it's a significant reducer of emissions within the technology that we already have. The challenge with it is feedstock and having enough of those raw ingredients to go in to actually refine enough sustainable aviation fuel, which is why we're looking at potentially other ways to either synthetically manufacture sustainable aviation fuel or use wood waste and others as a feedstock.
And sorry, just for clarification, this would be happening on site
Yeah, at the moment, there are a number of multinational companies that provide sustainable aviation fuel. None of them are located in Canada. So we could get sustainable aviation fuel at YVR today. but likely it would be produced and manufactured in Singapore. It would come across the Pacific Ocean in a marine tanker fueled by diesel. By the time it gets here, we don't think the carbon benefit really would warrant all of that. So can we have a source of sustainable aviation fuel that's closer? It doesn't have to be on site. We can put it into our fuel trucks and in our fuel lines that already exist, but certainly closer than Singapore.
Just to refresh my memory, where does the fuel come from? Is it coming from Cherry Point?
It comes from a combination of Cherry Point, and it also comes through the pipeline from Alberta.
Okay. Okay, interesting. So, I'm hearing about future technology, like jumping ahead and acknowledge that we're seeing rapid growth, and even despite the sort of China travel ban that so I'm assuming that we can anticipate in the future, as things even out with China, that we'll see even more growth. What does the future of aviation look like, and how are we accommodating? I hear variously about like delta wing, supersonic flights, hydrogen flights, electric planes. Are those viable? Are you building in that sort of anticipation and preparatory site work for that kind of thing?
One of the things that we've been focused on, you're quite right, we're in the beginning of the change trajectory for our industry. And really, aviation hasn't changed too much in the last 30 or 40 years. So we're at the beginning of probably a pretty significant change for efficiency, for cost, and for climate reasons. And so we're not sure, frankly. I could tell you that each of those technologies work in some context, but not in others. So it's unclear which one is going to prevail or which ones in which combination. So our focus as an airport instead has been, well, what does the energy platform need to look like in order to sustain whatever that technology is? If we electrified all of our current operations, for example, end-to-end at YVR, it would take up 80% of the new hydroelectric power coming from Site C, just us alone. So we think that's probably not the wisest use of that electricity. It obviously is there for the betterment of the province. So we've struck an energy council, a task force, to take a look at what kinds of energy infrastructure we need to be able to support that future. That's really how we're getting ready. A bet on whether it's electric drones or hydrogen or sustainable aviation fuel or buses or barges from the sea, all of those can be in the mix if we have the energy infrastructure. If we don't, they can't. So that's been our primary focus.
Unfortunately, I'm out of time.
And we're
okay. Thank you.
perfect timing. Councillor Klassen.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks, Tamara, for a great presentation. I was also at the Paper Planes Cafe announcement with you and Pacific Autism Family Network, and it's just another reason why that I think we all feel YVR is a real point of pride for us, whether it's the infusion of Indigenous art throughout the airport and just that sort of safe and welcoming experience. I just want to, I've been asking our city staff questions around our major events coming up, particularly FIFA World Cup, and thinking about how we're able to enhance our sort of business and cultural connections so that those will return in years to come. A lot of the opportunities that we hope that they will, that those investments will return great opportunities for people living here. I feel like that YVR has a very big part to play in that. Certainly people, the majority of visitors are going to come through YVR, whether it's Invictus Games or other things, but certainly FIFA World Cup. How can that time when we're in the secure areas or even using transportation back and forth the airport, how can we kind of get that idea of a business card that people come to our city and take away the feeling that they want to do more with us by using, how can YVR play a role in that?
Yeah, thank you for that question, and you're quite right. It's a really important thing to be thinking about now, and I'm pleased to hear that the city is thinking about that. And what we know is that, and I know this from my previous work at the credit union, that when people start a new business or they decide to locate a new business in our region, they have traveled here as a visitor first. It's almost 100%. It's very, very high. right? It's in the 90s. So that first impression as a visitor is vitally important to decisions that may come, not only about doing future business, but even bringing direct foreign investment, which is key to our future growth. And I think that there's more that we can do to facilitate that beyond tourism into the business connections. We have, by way of a small example, we have just renewed our advertising contract across all of the airport, and we've saved a significant portion. We used to have zero before, now for what I call local advertising. Everything from this is a great place to do business to community connections that may be important end. So we created literally a billboard and a way to communicate that digitally. If there's other ways that we can use our space and the fact that people come through to make that first connection with our hotel, our transportation, and our other partners, very, very keen to work with you on what that could look like because we know it's a very, very important role.
Important opportunity with obviously lots and lots of people with who are going to be seeing the city for the very first time. So I would hope that perhaps the Board of Trade and other sort of major entities, the Hotel Association, but we're all sort of working aligned in that ability to kind of make that impression and have people to make that contact. I have about a minute and a half left. Councillor Bly asked a little bit about newcomers to Canada. I've asked you before a little bit about some of the refugee experience. What can you just reflect a little bit about how we're trying to address potential wayfinding for people who are arriving to the country?
Yeah, we, as I said, we have increased both our volunteer staff, the green coat volunteers that you see throughout the airport, many of whom have an aviation or customer service background and volunteer their time back to us. And we've also increased our direct staff. So while technology and wayfinding and planning is super important, and I hope you've seen or used the opportunity to pre-book your place in the security line through YVR Express. That's worked really, really well and taken out a whole pile of stress for people coming through the airport. But we've also said we have to digitize and humanize. So we have increased the number of people that are just there to help answer a question. That allows us to direct them. It's a very simple thing, but an important one. Allows us to direct them to the right resources that I mentioned earlier, and that's largely speaking how we've been working. When we do have refugee flights, which we do, humanitarian flights from time to time, those are well planned end to end with everything from Red Cross to health services to local settlement services to any kind of interpretive or childcare or medical services, all packaged into one to welcome those passengers. Ukraine would be the most recent example.
Okay, thank you very much. That's fine.
We're at time. Okay. Well, that's the end of question period here. No decision is required on this item as the presentation was for information only. I do want to make a comment. Tamara, we've known each other for a long time. I've actually known you a lot longer than you've known me. I've followed your career and you're just a role model. And I think we're incredibly fortunate as a city, a region, a province, and a country to have you at the helm of YVR. And so thank you. And Corey Sue, it's great having you on that board. We know you as well, and we're incredibly well served by having you there. So thank you for everything you do as well.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mayor, and thanks for your generosity and your time and your interest. We continue to look for ways that we can keep being the best, but better. So thanks very much, and have a good afternoon. Take care.
Awesome. Thanks. Okay. Well, we're going to get to the next report here, and the next report held was number 1, Arbutus Greenway, establishment of city land for street and public space purposes. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Right, seeing none. This item does have a presentation, and so we have team members here to present it.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Lon Leclerc, General Manager of Engineering Services. So the presentation is optional if you want to receive it. The purpose of the report is to change the designation of the properties. So when the city purchased the land from CP, the ownership was transferred as a collection of properties, even though the purchase was for the specific purpose of walking, cycling, and a potential future transit corridor with a streetcar, but predominantly as a greenway corridor. And acting as a linear park. But changing the designation of this land to street will actually help us achieve this vision much more easily and quickly. And so with that as an opening remark, if you would like to see the presentation, I can invite Steve, Director.
Yep.
Okay.
Want to see the presentation? Yes,
So I'll invite Steve Brown, our new Director of Projects at this Engineering Department.
Okay. I'm sharing that through the WebEx. Great. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, so I'm Steve Brown. I'm the Director of Projects and Development Services. I've been before Council as the Manager of Transit Integration, but I've moved into this new role. So the Arbutus Greenway, we've got a short presentation here, but I think it will highlight some of the key reasons of why we're looking for this change. The Greenway, as you know, was purchased from the Canadian Pacific Railway. There was a temporary pathway in 2017 that was put in place, and a lot of uptake on that and a lot of excitement about being able to use that along the corridor. The vision was developed in 2018, and in 2022 was when we initially brought this report to Council to seek changing the designation to street. And at that point, Council asked to come back after the Broadway plan was complete, which that is now done, adopted in 2022. And a key element of the Broadway plan is highlighting the activation of the Greenway through developments and encouraging the active frontages around the Greenway. And that's one thing that actually really comes with designating it as street. So if you think of the corridor, if it's not street and it's an individual property, there's requirements to have offsets from those properties. So you can't actually have opening doors onto it. You can't have it addressed off of there. And in fact, you have to set it back for any windows and openings. By having it as street, you can actually have that frontage embraced. You can have it addressed. You can also have the developments do upgrades along that frontages just as part of their development to help progress the Greenway. This will be particularly important in the section from the future Arbutus transit station connecting to the Granville connector, and in between there is park spaces in there that, and as part of the Broadway plan, we think that redevelopment will happen along this corridor, and being able to have that active frontage rather than having a barrier along it is really important. It's also a lot easier for oversight of uses along the corridor. So some advantages of street is like permitting of patio, retail spaces, all those can be done actually quite more efficiently. If it's a property, it has to go through the permitting process for that, which can take additional time. It also allows us to enforce bylaws like street, so some safety measures like using bells and lights at night are important to be able to emphasize as well. Another unintended consequence of having it as a property is there's sections of East-West Street that cross the corridor, and those are designated as property right now. So for an upcoming Metro Vancouver sewer project, we would have to actually create a right-of-way for them to be able to do the project across there. If we created a street, then it can just work as our typical street system and reduces some of the additional paperwork that's required for that. So the Greenway will exist as a number of city-owned properties. They'll be designated as street and will legally act as any other street, which allows us to do those frontage improvements and upgrades through the development. And then the oversight will continue to happen through engineering services and for Park Board for things like trees and that. And we would work very closely with them to look at opportunities to enhance the park spaces along there as the areas develop. So that leads us to the recommendation before you, and happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you very much. And we do have questions. Councillor Kirby-Young.
I'm going to go back on, Mayor, because I actually have an amendment to bring to the report, so I will wait. Thanks.
Okay. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks very much for the presentation. I was curious, I noted in the presentation you mentioned in 2018, Council had approved a design concept, a more permanent design concept beyond the asphalt that's there. Just wondering where funding is at for that, if it's in the capital plan, and when we might expect to see phases of that move forward.
Yes, so in this capital plan, we have no funds set aside to make those changes. What you saw on the screen there was that section that I would describe as really high priority, because the path as it exists today is a rather narrow path with a paint line that separates walking and cycling. Can be very uncomfortable for people walking to be that close to cyclists. We think that when those two big transportation anchors open, which is the Arbutus SkyTrain station and the Granville Connector, this is going to become a way that Kitsilano residents kind of access the rest of the region. So we would plan to incorporate upgrades to that section in the next capital plan, given that the forecast opening of that station is in that next capital plan.
Okay, that's good to hear. I agree it will be very busy, which will be great. Can you remind me on the scooter pilot, e-scooter sharing pilot, would it cover part of the Greenway?
Yes, it would. In fact, the changes to the city's street and traffic bylaw would allow scooters to operate in every location that a bicycle can operate. So it just simplifies the rule.
Okay. And are we anticipating any docking stations or corrals along the Greenway for e-scooters?
We would, yes, as it is today, we do have a number of Mobi stations. We are hoping to launch the shared e-scooter program this summer. The planned phasing of that might not be exactly in that area, but ultimately the entire city would be a service area for the e-scooter program.
Okay, great. Thanks, Lon.
Thank you very much. Councillor Clausen.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Thanks for the report. I know that there's always been the question around the future viability of the corridor for streetcar. It seems very far down the road that something like that might happen, but maybe you can talk a little bit about what that process looks like for us.
Yeah, at this point, we don't have a plan or a funding source to implement the streetcar component of the Greenway. We would have to partner very closely with TransLink on that. And right now, that would be very, very low on their priority list.
Okay. I just want to also talk about kind of moving away a little bit from the Arbutus Greenway, which when it first was acquired in the mid 2010s, I thought it was a really an important momentous and a great milestone for the council of the day. A bit of debate about what the surface should look like. So I remember that history, but it has become such an incredibly important amenity. There are other neighborhoods that potentially could be served by taking old deprecated rail rights away. I'm thinking along Kent Street. There are other parts of the city where those things have. I know it's complicated because you're dealing with railway companies, but what would that look like as a potential process moving forward if we started looking at some of those corridors?
I can start that answer, and then maybe I might pass it to REFM to kind of provide some additional information. But as a transportation corridor, there is and for rail corridors in particular, there is a sequence under which, if they no longer require it for their needs, under which kind of who's kind of next in line to kind of potentially make use of that as a transportation corridor. I don't know, Sherry, did you want to respond to that? Yeah.
Jerry Evans, Director of Real Estate Services. Just to add to Lon's comments there, it is actually any discontinuance process would be through the CTA, the Canadian Transportation Act. So if CPR wish to close down their operations, we would have to go through that process. And it usually goes through federal, provincial, and then eventually to the municipal level. But certainly, I would expect that we would be having some discussions with CPR should they be considering that.
Mhm. It sounds like a process that we would be waiting for a move by the railway companies. Some heads are nodding behind you, so it's not something that we would necessarily initiate as a city.
It depends, Councillor. For example, the Arbutus corridor was acquired as an active rail corridor. Should we go down that route, then that's a direct negotiation and conversation with CPR.
Right.
However, if it was their decision was just to simply close down railway operations, then we would have to go through the Act.
Okay. Thank you very much. It's good to know.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. Appreciate the update. I just have a couple of follow-up questions. One is related to in the report or in the presentation, actually, it speaks about easier oversight in terms, what does it mean exactly? Like, I'm just thinking about, there's some pressures I know in terms of future planning and development in this area, but there's also existing uses, particularly gardens, that are incredibly valued in this stretch you're talking about that's up for renewal in the next capital plan.
That's
Can you
right.
offer some more insight in terms of what that's going to start to
Yeah, so for the gardens that you actually see in the corridor, most of the section of it is, in particular in Kitsilano along 6th Avenue, that actually exists on street right-of-way. So it's actually not on the greenway, it's not on the corridor. And that was because through engineering, we were kind of permitting those uses outside of the fact that even in advance of owning that property. But ultimately, for any uses, for small structures or events or things like that, having it as street actually removes more, it requires fewer permits and requirements relative to what property requires. So if, say for example, patios or things like that, it's actually quite easy, quite a bit easier for us to look at a street frontage in front of a property and actually convert that into a patio than it is for an adjacent piece of property next to a property to convert that into a patio, for example.
Okay, but we're not going to put patios on the greenway.
In some sections, that might make sense. Right now, we have no adjacencies that actually support patios. There is no frontages along the greenway that have active uses because as a lot line, today it exists as a lot line. Any building that would be right up to the property line would typically have a firewall. And that's because it could anticipate that city as owner of a property might build a building right next to them, and they would actually have to kind of have their kind of fire code requirements of their adjacency to our piece of property rather than their adjacency to street.
Okay, appreciate that insight. So the greenway itself is a really interesting, has become, I think, maybe unexpectedly, such an interesting north-south version of a seawall. And while we're increasing the density in this area and hope to continue to in significant numbers, I believe that this particular greenway will become only more valuable as park space in terms of how it's used in a north-south.
That's correct. And in fact, this change would make it much more like the seawall. So all the newer portions of the seawall around False Creek and along Cole Harbor are actually street.
I appreciate that, but there's no water. So the sort of discerning difference between the actual seawall and this is space.
Right. But
not water.
Yeah, but the adjacency of the land uses are the part that we're most concerned about. So in the portion, say, on from 16th to 7th Avenue, you actually have properties on both sides, but they can't actually treat that frontage as frontage. They actually have to treat it kind of like you would a side yard.
Right. And that's probably the more congested area of the greenway, whereas when you look at 16th to 33rd, it's quite open.
That's right.
And we have Arbutus running on one side, and then we have Maple or whatever the street is running on the other side. So would that change? Obviously, Arbutus Street would not, but the other side. And maybe
like
take it all the way up to 41st and East Boulevard. Would that change?
for we're in terms of the actual designation, we're proposing that the entire corridor change to street. But in terms of where we kind of choose to create park space or put the walking path or the cycling path, that's actually open to every conversation and to council as well.
One quick question. Would this help us by changing this use enforce speeds, particularly with e-scooters and e-bikes that are coming? There's a huge risk, especially with the park at Quilchena and the amount of kids that come in and out of there. There's already an enormous risk around that's happening right now that we're seeing. So how will this help fix that?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So right now, the Motor Vehicle Act.
We're out of time, but you may want to
Some
get a second
round?
Second round?
Yep.
No. Seconder? No. All in favor, say aye. Nay.
I'll come back on to ask that question, Lon. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Councillor Dominato.
I was happy to entertain you answering that question. So could you answer that question?
Yes, right now,
the format here.
It's a question.
So right now, the Motor Vehicle Act, as it's constructed, applies to street. So if you wanted to learn to ride a bike or to ride an e-scooter without obeying the rules like speed or wearing a helmet and things like that, you would do it on private property. So for us, in terms of operating, enforcing the rules of the corridor, it's far more straightforward if this is designated as street, because any of the rules that we change, both in the city street and traffic bylaw or that the province changed as in the Motor Vehicle Act, automatically apply to them. For example, the seawall around Stanley Park, when they brought in the helmet bylaw, we had to write a separate specific park bylaw that actually required the use of helmets, so it was consistent in all the places that you could cycle in Vancouver.
Thank you for that. I wanted to follow up on within the report, it talked about some safety improvements. I think it was King Ed was referred to in there, as well as 41st. And I was curious how quickly that would be undertaken. And does that include, for example, where Arbutus Greenway intersects with Nanton Avenue as well? Because some of the visibility is poor sometimes for drivers, but also for cyclists and pedestrians intersecting at some of these places along the Greenway. What's the time frame for safety improvements?
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, the vision gives us a master plan for how to kind of make this a really great corridor, but it doesn't stop us from doing these spot improvements right in the areas that need it most. Right now, the two locations that we see as the most challenging in terms of safety are at King Edward and at 41st. A really tight corner, mixing with lots of pedestrians in a crosswalk. The King Edward and Arbutus intersection's under construction right now. I was just out at the site this week. It's progressing really well. And so that should be done this year. The 41st Avenue intersection, we're doing that in conjunction with TransLink. So it's a part of transit priority improvements for the R4 that we're able to incorporate with a larger, more rationalized intersection rather than those two intersections that we have at East and West Boulevard. We'll actually create one single, more functional intersection. It's going to be a big improvement, and we'll actually solve the two most challenging areas. But having said that, our safety spot improvement program for walking and cycling is available to the entire program, anytime that we see a high safety issue.
Okay, that's great. And just while I have time, Councillor Meisner asked my question about the sort of long-term vision and the design and investment there. But when last term, we also talked about how Arbutus Greenway connects to the south, and we have a motion passed around improvements around Kent Avenue as well as a key part of our Greenway system. Can you speak a little bit? Maybe that's coming back to council. If that's the case, you can let us know. But I'm curious about that connecting piece as people travel south.
Yes, we are working actively on that right now. We will be briefing council in the coming weeks. It's there, and following that briefing, we would hope to bring forward potential options for what we would do on that corridor.
Okay, Great, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carr.
Thank you. Thanks, Lon. I just have a question. There's been a motion circulated to council on this that talks about maximizing green space and park space along the Arbutus Greenway. The report talks about allowing active commercial uses. So I'm wondering if you see that as in conflict. Could you still see active commercial uses if the language says maximize green space and park space?
Absolutely. I think that those are all strong interests, and it's certainly outlined as part of the vision. Using our other lands that are adjacent to the Greenway allows us to maximize. Sometimes that's road. We have a lot of road adjacency to the corridor where actually we can kind of convert that to green space. In the area, in the Broadway plan, we expect that development can help contribute to that too, where they would set back. In terms of commercial uses on the corridor, it is one of the negatives of the corridor experience right now, if you walk or bike it, is that it's hard to find a place to have an ice cream or a drink, a coffee or anything, because there is no retail. You actually have to leave the corridor in Kerrisdale or in Kitsilano to find any services, which most people are looking for.
Yeah. I don't think anybody on council, except me, was there when you did all the charrettes, the design charrettes for the Arbutus Greenway. So I participated in those. So could you explain to council how, like, the incredible unanimity I saw of the residents for those commercial spaces, this place to stop and get the ice cream cone or whatever? I paint a picture of what that looked like or how people expressed it.
Well, I would say with a lot of projects, this was a bit of a roller coaster of a ride. Initially, there was a lot of community, near adjacent resident opposition to us creating a walking cycling path on the corridor. In particular, in areas like where it does the big bend, and it's all backyards that front onto the space. We used to be very dark, quiet area, and suddenly we're going to light it, and we're going to put people walking and cycling on it. That opposition quickly turned to support once we put the interim path in place, which happened quite quickly. Because it was an old railway bed, once the railway tracks were pulled up, it was easy for us to run the paving machine down there and get something useful. The switch in support to it being an active place has been remarkable to me. Going back to the exact same residents with all of the concerns, all of them have melted away, and now they want more benches, better lighting, and more things to do.
I saw that switch too, although there was a lot of concern in the south part about people's backyard gardens that were fronting on that right of way.
Yes.
So that's a different issue. The report talks about surplus lands on East Boulevard from the 37th Avenue to 40th Avenue, and that they need more community engagement. Can you explain to me what those surplus lands are and what kind of engagement you're looking to?
It was the direction when we purchased the land to look for surplus lands as a way to kind of pay off the purchase of the property. So anything that wasn't required explicitly for the Greenway purposes, we were thinking that could be sold. And so the city explored in great detail the entire corridor for where those opportunities are. There wasn't very many, but the one location that did exist was actually between 37th and 39th. But it's actually not on the corridor itself. It's actually on the street. So it's on East Boulevard. And because the access issues for adjacent properties prevents most of our use of streets in other stretches of the project. So even the part that's really wide, between 16th and I guess it's King Edward, that there's a street on both sides which actually provide access to those properties. And the right-of-way may look wide, but as soon as you put a building on it, there isn't a right-of-way. Yeah, so it was the only section where we could see an opportunity to actually create a development site.
Interesting. Okay. Last question. First Nations involvement. When there was a celebratory kind of having purchased the lands, that was event. that was when the Musqueam people approached me to say, well, what about incorporating signage on the history of our use of these lands?
Mhm.
So has there been any conversation like that happening in the department?
Yeah, we've tried to involve them through that entire process, and Maggie Buttle, who was the project manager at that time, had a lot of experience from that in New Zealand. So moving on to this project and doing a very similar project. Unfortunately, when we did that first interim solution, there's very little that's permanent on the Greenway. It's really just a strip of asphalt mostly. But the idea was that as we would kind of progress to more permanent states in specific areas, we'd involve them for sure. They were concerned about the southern.
Maybe Councillor Fry will ask you to finish that
Yeah.
answer.
Awesome. Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Fry.
Far be it for me to interrupt your train of thought. Please, Lon.
There is a portion in the southern section that the city did not purchase between Milton and the Granville or the Arthur Lang Bridge, where the city actually has a street right of way parallel to the railway that still exists by CP, but it's not developed. It's actually just bush and forest and things like that. So we didn't actually see the need to purchase the corridor for that stretch. We could run the Bikeway Greenway on the street right of way through there. But in close work with the First Nations and Musqueam in particular, they didn't want to see us actually do that link, not right now, not without a more comprehensive plan for the whole area, which is a really important area to them. So we held off on that final link.
And Milltown is a fine destination from that Arbutus Greenway. I've visited on multiple occasions. Quite lovely. I'm curious why now, as opposed to, so looking back to the 2018 vision statement and the opportunities, and my understanding that the rail wanted this to be a transportation corridor, nothing else. Why are we now, and appreciate we delayed in Broadway plan in 2022, according to the report. Why now?
It was kind of not a high priority for us, I would say. In fact, we have a lot of land that sits in kind of a street-like use right now for our survey group and the people that have to be involved in creating these reports and kind of doing this change in designation. We kind of prioritize those efforts. In 2022, we actually did see that this is going to be a problem in particular for this area as development starts to come in. So development will come in, and we would kind of realize that well, actually developments have occurred already in that stretch that I talked about, and they're struggling with the adjacency issue in our inability to kind of like be more creative with how that development could be. And so in 2022, we kind of wanted to get ahead of it and get the designation changed. At that time, council deferred their decision, and that was the last council, deferred their decision until the completion of the Broadway plan, which makes a lot of sense. And now we can see that this actually helps realize the vision in the Broadway plan more effectively.
So now, does this designation of right-of-way, because in the past we've had folks reach out about wanting to do activations. I recall like a community pantry at 16th and different things. Like, will this new right-of-way designation allow a little bit more flexibility when it comes to doing things like those kind of activations?
Yes, it certainly makes things simpler on our side from every front. Yes.
Because we're eliminating a patchwork of different kind of lot assemblies and what have you. And
right now it exists as 38 different parcels of land.
Yeah. And so looking back to the visions and project objectives from 2018 and highlighting pieces around enhancing the city's biological diversity and urban ecology. So counterintuitively, we are talking about this as a road and a right-of-way, but it still does function as a greenway. And so we're not missing any of those objectives that we'd highlighted.
That's correct. In fact, it doubles as a transportation corridor, you could say, but in fact, it's a linear park experience or a linear greenway ecosystem experience. That's the actual goal.
Just need to get that on the articulation because, of course, when we think about road, we don't think about greenways, we don't think about ecological diversity or any of that. Okay,
I do not like the name street, but it is the law. So it's very unfortunate. It's a right of way. It's public space as opposed to private property.
I think right of way is a far more attractive designation. It's like a right of way to go.
That's right. Free for everyone.
I'm stealing the kind of Ken patter there with the way to go, man.
Love it. All right, Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'm happy to move the recommendations and then subsequently I'd like to move an amendment.
Okay, so can we get a seconder? Great, Councillor Clausen, thank you very much. And then we will go to the amendment queue. And we will put you on the amendment queue.
Great, thank you. I really appreciate the presentation and this discussion this morning. Like Councillor Carr, I was there during the charrettes in 2018, and at that time I was sitting on the park board before transitioning on to council, and so followed this keenly because it really was viewed by the public as a park planning process in the mind of residents, and yet it was led by the city. So it was interesting to be wearing my park hat at that time. I will note that since 2016, when the lands were acquired, so 8 years ago, we have had seismic change in the city with respects to a couple of important things. One being unprecedented and continuing population growth. And the second one being with respects to very significant housing legislation from the province. And so and the city itself was moving, I think, quite a bit more aggressively even to before the provincial regulations were coming down. And so what you're seeing now is something that, as somebody who lived in this neighborhood previously, just at 12th and Vine, and immediately for years, and immediately near the Greenway, you wouldn't have contemplated seeing sort of larger apartment buildings along Arbutus and on the side streets, and now those are happening. And so if you add that with the Broadway corridor, we're seeing an intense amount of activity coming in with respect to housing. But while I ardently and fervently supported the Broadway plan, the takeaway from that, and I think the disappointment in the public, was around council needs to also keep its eye on the ball from a livability perspective. And there is a lack of park and green space in the area, and particularly with the additional density that is coming in. So I used to work with somebody that said, used to talk about the notion of cathedral thinking, and said that sometimes you need to make the decisions not just in front of you, but the ones that are actually going to pay off for future generations. And land acquisition is one of those. It takes decades to acquire land for new park space, and we have an unprecedented opportunity here. So as a new council, in an environment where we're seeing the need to support amenities and livability and the importance of park and green space, I want this council to signal very clearly its intention around maximizing the park and green space along the route. So I'll just hit a couple of the highlights of the amendment that's on screen for council and the public. And that is really, in addition to the recommendation to convert it to streets for the administrative reasons that have been articulated, is that we get an updated report coming back to us on the park and development process. Like this council is affirming its priority for park and green space, and again noting the particular deficit near the Broadway corridor. That we look for near-term opportunities, whether it's in the midterm capital update, but as this council, and I always say every council inherits a capital plan and every council gets to set one. And so that we set this as an intention to have as a priority discussion in the long-term 4-year capital plan, which will commence at the end of our term. The third point is around careful consideration to the surplus lands and questioning the assumption that it should not just automatically become housing, but that we also consider the alternative of this becoming really a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for green space in the area, because we have the chance to put density in everywhere else along that corridor. And we don't often have the opportunity to have space that we can utilize for park. And so as a councillor, I want to know what those options are, and I want to be informed about it. And the fourth point is really around looking for partnership opportunities for funding to support that. So that's the spirit of the amendment. But I think as a city that has prided itself on having a long-term view around having a livable and a green city, and having residents have easy access, no matter what their neighborhood and where they live in, to adjacencies of green space, I think it's really important that council get this information and really set this intention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. Happy to speak in support of this amendment. I think that there were a lot of great questions asked, and I think that staff have brought forward something for council to shape in terms of identifying what the priorities are. And Councillor Kirby Young has clearly identified these, and appreciate the history of working with this particular space. I can share, as somebody who walks and rides this greenway multiple times a week as it's in the community I live in, it very much is a park. to the users in terms of getting outside, exercising, connecting to nature. Many of the parks in this area are well used by sports and those with animals, but there isn't a lot of long stretches where people can run, people can walk, other than being on sidewalks and streets. So it really is, to me, it's the north-south seawall without there being the sea. So maybe it's a street wall, I don't know. But I think that what we're trying to identify here is the priority, that it is kept as green space, and that any integrations with typical street use prioritize its use as green space, however we want to call it. So appreciate that this gets the conversation started. And I also recognize there are opportunities for development and growth and better integration right along, 60th all the way down to 5th and Fur. And the opportunities are quite different depending on the community that this greenway crosses through. And I think that that is an exciting possibility that I can see in our staff's presentation and sort of future visioning around this area. And we need to unlock this use to sort of dedicate it as a street in order to sort of reach the fullest potential of what that vision could really look like and be a net positive for the community. And there's always trade-offs, and we know those future decisions will be something that we can tackle here at council. So, and then I just want to note that the workability with Metro is also quite important, particularly around streamlining and enabling just a simpler process there. And so even just highlighting that in the report, I think is a very, it's a good point and one well taken, having been on the water committee and negotiated some of those challenges. So at Metro, so I'll leave it there, and just thanks to staff for the work on the report. Yeah.
So, Councillor Bly, given your kind words, I assume you would like to second the amendment?
I think somebody would, Councillor Klassen did. Yeah.
The amendment, though. Second. Great. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. Sorry about that. Councillor Klassen.
Thank you, Mayor. I also would like to support this amendment and in sort of putting to words the idea that we need to prioritize green space and noting what a struggle it is sometimes to find these kinds of spaces available when in our growing city. I really liked the comparison to the seawall that happened in some of our earlier questions. I think also of the High Line in Manhattan and how that decommissioned rail bed has become an important place for people to meet, get outside, and enjoy that city in its beautiful many dimensions. We also have other parts of the city that I think at some point we're going to be looking at. I would ask questions about the south side and the Kent Street corridor. There's the long plan for East Side Crosscut that would someday hopefully have a similar kind of north-south experience. The Portside Greenway, among other work that is planned for. We need to continue to create these wonderful connections across and through our city, and provide place for active and healthy cities to get outside, ride, run, and roll and be a part of our wonderful neighborhood. So I'm very supportive of this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carr.
Yeah, I'm speaking in support of the amendment and the motion here, and to really commend staff for bringing this forward. It was an incredibly complicated process to purchase these lands to begin with. It was years in the making, and so but it was a brilliant move. So too was the process around the involvement of the community in the vision and design for this greenway. Rocky at times, but in the end, I do remember a lot of very enthusiastic residents being very, very supportive of it. And now look at its use and the love that people have for it. So all along, really great. I had not really contemplated how complicated, though, managing it was with all those lots and everything else. So great idea to simplify it all, enable us to achieve the vision for this corridor. That is a real community-supported vision in a much more easy way. That's logical and eminently supportable. So I'm, together, I think, with the community, moving faster on the completion of many sections of this corridor should be a priority, and I'm happy to see the amendment, because the amendment does exactly that, looking to fund and to prioritize the work to put it the vision into reality. So thanks all for this work.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I'm now going to call a vote on the amendment. Can we please go to the voting screen? Great, and the amendment passes unanimously. I'll go back to the main queue now. Seeing no one else in the queue to make any more comments, we will put the motion as amended to a vote, please. Councillor Dunman, oh, perfect, awesome, thank you. And the motion as amended passes unanimously as well. So thank you for all the incredible work you did on this motion. All right, that completes report number 1. Okay. Referral reports. The first one we have is referral report number 1, amendments to restricted zones RT-7, RT-9, CD-1, 371, and CD-1, 463 to comply with Bill 44, Provincial Small Scale Multi-Unit Housing, SMA, legislation. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? No? Okay, this item does not have a presentation. Now, Councillor Kirby-Young, you held this item. You have 5 minutes to ask questions to team members. Also, a reminder that as per section 13.2 of the procedure bylaw, council may ask questions of team members related to the decision to refer a proposed bylaw to public hearing or otherwise comment on the process leading to the recommendation for referral, except that all other issues regarding the proposed bylaw must be addressed at public hearing. Does that all make sense? Awesome. Okay. Great. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Okay, thanks, Chair. I have a question, and it probably applies to both, and I'll stay within the lines with respect to procedure. But there has been, obviously, well, there's a lot of dialogue around the provincial housing pieces, but there have been some comments around how this report comes forward from both the Minister of Housing and the public, and procedurally. I would like to, if you could clarify, is this report, for a couple questions here, is this report coming forward solely in response to the articulated, directed provincial regulations? And is it simply a means for the city to comply with those regulations within the specified timeline by June 30th? That's my first question.
Thanks for the question. And this is a first of its kind, where we're actually following the legislation under Bill 44. The legislation says that you're prohibited from holding a public hearing for the sole purpose of conforming to the legislation. The proposed bylaw changes that are coming forward go beyond that slightly in certain circumstances, and they're described in the report as to the nature of what's triggering the public hearing. So the report before you is for the items that go beyond the sole purpose of the legislation and triggering the need for that public hearing, hence the referral report today.
Right. And so with respects to for example, if we have received on the public consultation in the requirement component, and again, staying procedural here, if council have heard from the public that we have not duly allowed for public consultation on these changes, are we in a different situation there because this has been dictated, or not dictated, but prescribed, is perhaps a better word, by the province that this proceed to public hearing?
Also a good question too. And so Bill 44 doesn't specify any procedural consultation engagement requirements. There is the opportunity for the Lieutenant Governor in General to provide regulations on how to engage and consult. To our knowledge, there haven't been any. So our opportunity is to really been from when we received the legislation in November and the manuals in December, started our work plan in January. There's a very tight timeline to get this done in time for the June deadline. We did bring forward our information report to the public in April. And we now have this public hearing referral report now. So these were effectively the opportunities that we had to ensure that the public was aware of it, so that they have the opportunity to comment, and we're directing people to this public hearing if they have further questions for those matters that go beyond the sole purpose of the legislation.
Okay, thanks. My other question relates to referral report too, so I'll leave it there on this one. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. And also a procedural question with respect to referral report 1. And I just thought I'd bring this question on the public record because I've raised it through staff before, is that what I've heard is that this is to adapt to the provincial legislation around the multi-unit housing, and we're addressing specifically restricted zones. I had raised the question of RT10 zones, which were not included in our adoption of R11 zones for residential and is still excluded from multiplex housing. And so my question to you procedurally is, at the time of public hearing, are we able to, because I understand staff need further direction around this, that you're focusing on the RT 7, 9 areas. At public hearing, would it be appropriate to bring future-driven direction to say, please explore looking at RT10 to allow multiplex housing? And if not, what would be the appropriate form? And I don't know if the clerks will have to help on this, but if they could, because I've certainly, I'm getting questions on this.
Great question, and I'll try to answer some, and I might need to lean on Grant or Jeff as well if I need some help on some of this as well. And we'll deal with most of this at the public hearing in terms of what was the definition of a restricted zone, and this is largely a conformity exercise. We had effectively 4 months of staff time to get here. So if there is direction where council wants to see more opportunities for this type of housing in other zones, whether it's RT10 or RT5 or RT2 or pick any other RT, that if there's representations to that effect at the public hearing, or that you've made these representations leading up to it as well, that can be part of a separate recommendation, a separate report back following the public hearing as well, or at any other future meeting of council if you'd like to do so as well. And so that would be then, subject to your direction, something we'd have to look at queuing up into our work plan.
Okay, thank you. That was all my questions.
Great, thank you very much. Okay. A bit of a weird one here. Council, please note that this referral report has 2 separate recommendations. As such, it will require 2 separate movers and seconders and 2 separate votes. The first recommendation is the referral to public hearing, and the second recommendation is to bring forward at a future public meeting an application to amend CD-1. Okay, does that all make sense so far? So for the first recommendation, would someone like to move a motion? Great, Councillor Klassen, seconded by Councillor Joe. Council, is there any discussion? Seeing no one in the queue, we will put it to a vote. Great. And that the first part passes unanimously. Great. For the second recommendation, would someone like to move a motion? Great. Councillor Dominato, seconded by Councillor Meisner. Council, is there any discussion? Seeing no one in there, we will bring that one to a vote as well. And that passes unanimously as well. Great. Thank you for that. Thank you for all your hard work. That completes referral report number 1. And just looking at the time, I do not think we have enough time to start. Do you guys want to start? All right, we'll start it. All right, great. Okay, a motion to extend to complete the item? Pardon? To complete business. Awesome, love it. Okay. This is great. I do have to leave at 11:59 and 59 seconds, but yeah. Okay. Sorry, Councillor Meisner.
No, I'm on for questions for.
Okay, sorry. Okay, well, let's get this party started here. Oh, sorry, did we all vote to extend? Yes? All in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. Great. Yep.
I'm usually really, really flexible with this, but I have a really important doctor's appointment and I won't be able to call notice on my motions if we do this. So since we're all here until after in camera, my ask is that, or we figure out a different way, but, or I can call in, but I can't have my video on because I have to be driving to the doctor's appointment. So sorry to make it all about me in this moment. It's just the very odd time that I
Mouth
don't
first.
have flexibility.
Okay. We're gonna
Thank you, everybody.
push to finish this item. Report number 2. Referral report number 2. All in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed nay. Great, thank you. Okay, amendments to the First Shaughnessy District Schedule and Heritage Conservation Area Official Development Plan HCAODP to comply with Bill 44, Provincial Small Scale Multi-Unit Housing SMA legislation. Does any member wish to declare a conflict on this item? Nope. Okay. This item doesn't have a staff or team member presentation. Councillor Kirby-Young, you held this item, so you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of team members. And okay, so Councillor Meisner, you are up.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Templar. It is a little bit confusing for us as councillors, just the process in terms of the referral. But I just wanted to be crystal clear. If we were to wanting to make any changes to this referral report, that has to happen at the public hearing, right?
Correct. Your decision today is to put it to public hearing to hear from speakers, and then you can debate and decide following the public hearing.
Okay. And do we have a date for that public hearing?
Tentatively, assuming it's referred, it would be June 13th, which
Okay.
is a Thursday. I believe it's an evening meeting.
Okay, that's great. And then another question around, because we have the provincial deadline that we need to comply with, which I believe is June 30th.
Correct.
If we were to suggest any changes at that public hearing, would we still be able to comply with that deadline?
That's a great question. I think it would depend on the nature of the change. I think we'd be very limited in what we could accommodate to bring back to council for what is the June 25th council date, where the bylaws would need to be enacted and finalized. So I think it would depend on the nature of the change, but we could certainly respond back at that time if it was a referral item back to staff or not.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Boyle.
Actually, my question was the same, just clarifying if any number of changes on this item, including looking at adding extra density, would the time for that conversation and amendments would be June 13th?
Public hearing, yes.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, I might put you off. This might be a little offside, so you can tell me if you want to answer it. But I don't know if anybody's been listening to the news, and Housing Minister Callan has been quite vocal about this procedure and the referral of this report. Do you believe that, let me ask this thoughtfully, do you believe that there is a misunderstanding or characterization about what this report represents in terms of that this is a city in good faith complying with the guidelines, not necessarily not wanting to deliver density and housing in our city?
Good question. I'd say most of that is probably best for the public hearing. I can tell you from a process perspective, we've diligently and faithfully gone through the legislation and the regulations, and we've considered the manual in those regards, and we've arrived at this outcome of recommendations from staff to put forward to council on both the conformity, the strict conformity for the sole purpose of the legislation, as well as additional things that we think align with opportunities for this council as well. So those would be the topic for the public hearing.
And the nature of those changes, both the conformity and additional components, can be debated materially at the
Correct.
public hearing.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Okay, so I just want to make sure there's nothing. Oh, no, this all makes sense now. Great. So moved by Councillor Kirby-Young, seconded by Councillor Meisner. Council, is there any discussion? Seeing none, let's bring it to a vote. Yes. Vote assist in favor for Councillor Bly. Great, and that referral report passes unanimously. Thank you very much once again, and that completes referral report number 2. And so now we will break for lunch and come back in camera for 1 o'clock, and then come back here for 3 o'clock. Great. Thank you very much. All right, well, we will reconvene our council meeting. So the next item on the agenda, do we have quorum? Yep. Bylaws, we have 17 bylaws on the agenda for enactment. Council members who were not present for the meetings related to public hearing enactment bylaws must confirm that they have reviewed the proceedings of the meetings if they want to vote on the enactment. Bylaw 4 was from the public hearing on January the 19th, 2023. Councillor Fry and myself were absent for this item at the public hearing. Councillor Fry, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting on the enactment? Okay, thank you very much. Myself, I have not and will not as well. Bylaw 6 is from the public hearing of September the 21st and 23rd, 2021. Councillors Klassen, Meisner, Montague, Joe, and myself were not on council at the time and need to review the proceedings to be eligible to vote. Councillor Klassen, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting on the enactment? Oh. Not present right now. Is he online? Okay. Councillor Meisner? Councillor Montague?
I have and I will.
Great. Councillor Joe? Great, and I have not and will not. Bylaw number 3 is subject to approval of bylaw 2, and bylaw 5 is subject to the approval of bylaw 4. As a result, we will need 2 separate bylaw votes. Would someone like to move the motion to adopt bylaws 2 and 4? Great, thanks, Councillor Dominato, seconded by Councillor Meisner. Council, is there any discussion? Okay. All those in favor say yay. Okay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Would someone like to move the motion to adopt bylaws 1, 3, and 5 through 17? Great, Councillor Joe, seconded by Councillor Kirby Young. Council, is there any discussion? No. Okay, all those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. The list of approved bylaws can be found on the city's website. Okay, administrative motions. Approval of form of development, 192 North Renfrew Street, formerly 2901 East Hastings Street. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this motion? Okay, great. Well, hold on. Councillor, are there any questions to team members? No. Okay, and then Councillor Dominato moved. Is there a seconder? Councillor Montague. Councillor, is there any discussion? Nope. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Okay, notice of council member motions. Are there notices of council member motions for upcoming standing committee meetings? And yes, there are. Councillor Boyle.
Chair, can you put me on the queue, please?
Yep.
Councillor Clausen, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle?
Thanks. Yes, I have a notice of motion for the June 12th meeting for a motion entitled Increasing Vancouver's Tree Canopy for a Safer, Healthier City, along with Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm giving notice of motion for the June 12th, 2024 Standing Committee meeting, UBCM 2024 resolution prioritizing infrastructure investments to support new housing in municipalities. And maybe I'll check with the clerks. Is Councillor Bly online? Otherwise, I'd like to call notice on her 2 UBCM resolutions on her behalf. Can I do that then? So just bear with me to get the names of those again. Sorry. So Councillor Bly has 2 notices of motion for the, what meeting did I say that was? June 12th, thank you. Parental leave resolution for UBCM Convention 2024 and PFAS free firefighting gear funding resolution for UBCM Convention 2024.
Great. Thank you very much.
That's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Klassen.
Thank you, Chair. I have a notice of motion for the June 12th Standing Committee. The title is Safer Funding, so SAFER in caps, funding for seniors resolution for UBCM Convention 2024, and that's submitted by myself. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Last chance, anyone? Nope. Okay, great. See, our system worked. Oh, too late. No, I'm kidding. All right, can we put you on the? Can we put Councillor Fry on the queue? All right, I just did. Whoop.
Yes, and the title is Anti-Racism and Decolonialism, or sorry, Anti-Racism and Decolonialization Education, submitted by me on behalf of the Racial and Ethno Committee for the June 12th. Thanks. Sorry, it's not my I'm putting it on behalf of the committee, so not top of mind.
It's all good. That's why we double check.
Thanks for reminding me.
All right, so we'll triple check now. Anything else, guys? Or sorry, people? Pardon? Well, we didn't get them all in writing. Okay, so which ones are we missing? Councillor Fry, are we able to get
I'm doing
that
it.
in writing? Awesome, thank you very much. So we're all good? We haven't missed anyone? All right, thank you very much. New business. We have one item of new business on the agenda today, and that's requests for leaves of absence as follows. For myself, for civic business reasons, from meetings on May the 29th from 3 p.m. onwards, and June 11th, 12th, 13th, 18th, and 19th, once again for civic business reasons. And then on Tuesday, July the 9th and 10th, and 23rd through 25th for personal reasons. For Councillor Joe, for civic business from meetings on May the 29th, 2024 from 6 p.m. onwards. For Councillor Boyle, for civic business from meetings on June the 25th, 2024 from 3 p.m. onwards. For Councillor Carr, for personal reasons from meetings on June the 4th, 2024 from 3 p.m. onwards, and June the 5th, 2024 from 3 p.m. onwards. And for Councillor Dominato, for civic business from meetings on May the 29th, 2024 from 10 a.m. to noon. Would someone like to move the motion? Councillor Joe, thank you very much. Seconded by Councillor Meisner. Thank you. Council, is there any discussion? Sorry, Councillor Dominato, that's for later. Okay, thank you. Okay, great. All those in favor say yay. Okay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. So now, Council, are there any other items of new business? And Councillor Dominato, you are in the queue.
Thank you. And I just simply to move LOA for May 29th from 6 to 9 p.m. for personal business.
Okay, great. Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Kirby-Young. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All of those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. I don't see anyone in the queue. Last chance. Okay. The next item is inquiries and other matters. Council, are there any inquiries or other matters? Seeing no one in the queue. All right. Thank you very much. Seconded by Councillor Joe. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great. This meeting is adjourned. Yep. We'll see you back in camera.